Hola Ilta! Just in time for me to have the music not even really fade out. Can't hear me speak over the music. Perfect. Probably better than actually being able to hear me. So as my Friday tradition continues, I'm going to have a cigar. One that I found, I've never had it before, so don't ask me yet how it is. I don't know. It came with this little piece of cedar. And it is a 54 ring gauge by 5-inch Robusto, which makes it just fine. Couldn't hear anything over the music. Well, that's, like I said, that's just perfect. But now I know. Now I know exactly to just go ahead and wait until the music finishes and then start talking. Thanks for the heads up. I like it. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle. Gee, well, never mind. I almost didn't get this thing started on time. And I didn't get anything done with the pipe today. I feel like such a loser. Woke up this morning, let the cats out, and I saw a raccoon running around in circles in the street. Not great big gigantic circles, just like little bitty ones. So instead of getting my day started right after letting the cats out, I'm now dealing with animal control, which wouldn't even open at the time. So I have to call the police, because this thing damn well might be rabid. First time, they say, we'll call animal control. And before I could finish and say, I just did, poof, they were gone. Because I didn't call 911. Okay, I just called the regular police line. I mean, they're 2 blocks away. Or if we consider really long, like big city blocks, no, because big city blocks are actually shorter than the block that I live on. Let's call it a big, long neighborhood block. Then they're really only 1 block away. But if we got to go by city blocks, they're 2 blocks away. So I dial up 911. I call them up and say, hey, I think I got a rabid damn raccoon out here and animal control ain't open. Instead of trying to let them tell me to call animal control. Animal control ain't open yet. Oh, sorry about that. We'll get somebody right on it. Funny thing was, it was the same exact person. I'm pretty good at hearing a voice and knowing who it is. In case y'all are wondering, I saved the cap. Something to have during Chad's show. So my day started like having to herd the cats back inside, because my big fluffy cat, the one I call Trump, he sees this raccoon and he starts to charge the damn thing, and I'm sitting there going like, great, I'm going to end up having to put my own cat down. Woo, Bolivar Petite Corona. Yeah, I can agree with you there, Boris. It is a marvelous cigar for a cold day. When it's cold for whoever you happen to be. Howdy, Eddie. Glad to see you in today. And no, I'm not going to do a bowl call as of yet. We've only got 5 people in, or at least it says 5 people in. But in case we're looking, this is a Santa Rosa. Let's see if we can get it to focus in on it. Nice and tight. No, not that time. Can it blur me out some? Alright, well, it's not going to do it. Not going to do it. Flat Cap. Howdy, sir. By the way, Flat Cap, did you get the email that you requested? I believe I sent it to the right location. Also, say howdy to Lady Fire for us, especially if y'all are watching on the big screen, because we figure you probably are. Ah, you did get the email. Okay. Well, and yes, people, if you want something from me specifically, tell me specifically that you need an email from me. I'll send it. It's not that big of a deal. Just leave a comment on any of my YouTube spots.
I gotta go get the girls.
I check them all the time. Okay. I will be right back. I have to move a vehicle out of the driveway. Please accept my apologies and have a musical interlude. Sorry about that. Normally, my mother-in-law does not have to go get the nieces on a Friday. But this week has been fairly busy in the world of NASA, which my brother-in-law indirectly works for NASA. And they've been having meetings that go in and out fairly decently all week. So I had to move the truck so that she can get her car, which is the one that's listed as one of the 3 vehicles that can pick up my nieces. You like that, Eddie? By the way, howdy, Steph. Yes. Van Gogh Starry Night, but done in a Star Wars theme. In case you want one, they're at Kohl's. My wife and I saw it one time. We were going in to pick up something for the kitchen. I don't even remember what. But Kohl's kitchen stuff is actually fairly decent. I think it was a toaster oven. I kind of remember the toaster oven dying about that time. And we were walking through and I saw it up on their little shelves and I was like, haha, that's pretty cool. And she went back and ordered me one because she's a damn good wife. see, Flatcap's got one. I can't be the only person that likes Star Wars. And if you saw Flatcap's man cave, then you already know I might not even like it as much as he does. Thank you, Boris. I appreciate the help there. Now, just as a quick little reminder, if nobody hits the like button, I'm still okay. This channel's not meant to be a big channel. It's meant to be here so that we can hang out and converse and have a good time while we're waiting for Mike or Chad. And on the occasions when my wife sleeps in, also for Steph and Skill. Because I do like to catch that also. Oh, yeah. I have been to the 3 largest Van Gogh exhibition events that Houston has had. And I actually got to go to the one that has the original Starry Night in New York. What's that building? It's the weird one that you saw in the Guggenheim. That's what it was. The Guggenheim had it. That weird one that's all just one spiral ramp. Very interesting building, gotta say. But yeah, I try to hit the Van Gogh thing just about as often as I can. I mean, I figure somebody who was crazier than me and still got famous, I'm a fan. And come to find out, it was because of all the lead paint he was ingesting by licking his paintbrush. Because all of the paints back then happened to be filled with lead. How awesome is that? Howdy, Jeff. Great to have you in today. Flat Cap, I agree with you entirely. This shirt, every time I'm out in public, people are like, oh my God, I love that shirt. So I've gotten really used to just telling them, hey, it's at Kohl's. It's not because I want everybody to have one, but when people know where it is, then they at least don't feel like I'm being some sort of weird, snotty asshole about it. I mean, I'm an asshole. Let's not get that twisted. I've definitely got that part going for me, but I'm not weird and snotty at the same time. I just am. Good Lord. 15 minutes down already. Whew. Needed to get this thing lit. Hell, I barely got out here in time today. Mostly because I was running like crazy to get everything done. Because after the rabid raccoon out in the street, it was either rabid or it had an ear infection or it got hit in the head by in a drive-by. Because it was running little bitty circles out in the middle of the street. And when I say little bitty circles, I mean, if he was running circles, they were no bigger than this little tablet. No bigger at all. I mean, just really. Nice, Boris. I kind of wish that they had gotten some sort of a Guggenheim type museum. I mean, type. Maybe not by name, but that type of museum. The ones that bring in the greatest of great artworks. The ones that really get named for being a place to view artwork like that. Because, look, Houston, the Houston Metropolitan Museum of Art, fantastic. They do a great job. But their viewing gallery is rather small. So when they say, oh, we're going to have Monet, you're going to get like maybe a quarter of Monet. You got to wait to have 4 total shows to see all of Monet. If they were to ever say, oh, we're going to do Da Vinci, well, just his sketchbook alone would probably fill up the museum if they spaced them out enough so that the amount of people that are going to crowd around are going to be there. But yes, the classics. Classic rock, classic music, classic artwork. Classy people like Mike. Okay, that one's maybe stretching it a little far, but Mike got a good chuckle out of it, I think. I can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty sure. I gotta tell you. Oh yeah, classic for a reason, you know, classic cars. Why is it a classic? What makes a classic car a classic car? It's got to be 25 years old. That means there's some ugly cars out there that are considered classic cars. Howdy, Skip. Skip, it's not all fellas in here. Steph's in here too. Of course, I don't think you need to type in howdy to her. You can if you want to. I guess technically in English, a art exhibit or art show would be a art showing or an art exhibit. At least that's the way I've seen it listed. But well, you've seen some of the artwork that my mother-in-law does with just the wreaths that she puts on the front door. And at some point I'll see about taking some photos of what she has done for paintings. Pinky out, dude? Okay. No big deal, Boris. There's plenty of times where I completely lose track of what specifically word I'm looking for. And I know that it frustrates me to no end when I can't think of it. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I know this word. I'm just trying to help. Because, and, you know, I go on a lot of live people's shows, and if I'm making comments and they're a little rough, and you want me to quit, I will. Just say so. You could say so right there in chat. You don't have to drag me to the side and say, hey man, chill it out. You can just say it out loud, because I understand. I'm a little bit on the edge out there, so it's one of those okay, not gonna worry about it. You're not gonna offend me. Been a long time since I've been offended, and I'll tell you the secret to never getting offended. There's two things to do. You'll never get offended ever again. First one, do not go out of your way to get offended. Some people are out there to really truly be offensive. Don't go out of your way to be offended. Just make a quick little quips like, hey, I can't help it that this uncouth motherfucker doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And then walk away from it. Or, this is the other one. Remember that to you, your opinion is the number one opinion. To actually be offended means that you have to allow somebody else's opinion to be greater in your opinion than your own opinion. Is that to say don't get upset about things? No, I'm not saying don't get upset about things. If you want to see someone get upset about things, catch me while I'm driving. I'm ready to kill people while I'm driving. I hate people while I'm driving. I mean, you got one job while you're driving. To drive. Not to look at the phone, not to be screwing with your makeup, not to be trying to read a book or tune the radio or chat with your friend who's there in the seat. You know what? If your music is not so loud that they can hear you without you turning your head and screaming at them, you don't have to look at them just to sit there and have a conversation. And no, I'm not trying to offend anybody here by making these statements. I've never driven anywhere with any of you. But if what I'm saying has somehow offended you, you might want to take a look at your driving techniques. You want to know why people pay a crap ton of money for insurance nowadays? That's because a lot of people out there can't drive, but they still get licensed. Oh, nice. It's a Mitchell B25. If you don't know what a Mitchell B25 is, find out what the first building to hit the Empire, or the first plane to hit the Empire State Building was. Also realize that it moves at half the speed of a 747, does not carry anywhere near as much fuel, and weighs so much less, and was built during a time for war, so it was not really built for thousands and thousands of hours of flight. A plane back in the day of World War II that was made for bombing runs was originally built to last for 25 flights, give or take. Most gave. And when they gave, they took. I'm a little bit of a war history buff. I like reading about it. Mostly so that I hopefully know enough about it so that I can say, hey, wait, world, can we stop doing this? Because last time this was done, it created a damn war. What can I tell you? I don't want to go to war. Prepared for it, yes. Want to? No. Everybody says they really want to go to war. Ain't never been there. I've seen good, strong, big, sturdy men crying. War will do that to you. Eddie, I can guarantee that actual history was way more interesting than what the textbooks said. Some of the textbooks have been whitewashed down to try and keep it as PC as possible. They're afraid of hurting people's feelings anymore. I've seen what some of the kids nowadays are learning in school, and I'm like, y'all are skipping a big chunk of good, easy to remember history. What am I supposed to tell you? That by saying you should go out and memorize every date of every damn thing? No, not at all. But you should have general knowledge of some of the things that have happened in history. Steph, yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly. The public school system is going to hell in a handbasket. Well, Eddie, I agree with you that the textbooks have it kind of skewed down to where it was like, oh yeah, this World War, but it only happened here in Europe. Except for there was Africa, the Middle East. There was China and Japan decided to do something that actually drug the America as a nation into the war. We were trying to stay out of it. Hey, look, we'd ship. In fact, Americans were shipping to both sides until the Germans decided to sink too many boats. So America stopped shipping to Germany. And it's too far for America to actually ship to Japan back in those days. You got to remember, steamships were not readily just making those type of voyages. So then you got to wonder what in the hell Japan was thinking about bombing and torpedoing Pearl Harbor. But there's a whole lot more that goes into it than just, yeah, let's drag another nation into this and make sure they're against us. There were some policies that were going on back then that the Japanese didn't much care for. And part of it was that we were sharing information with China, and Japan was actually at war with China. Hey, look, 50 years later, China hated us and Japan loved us. It didn't even take 50 years. Hell, 20 years. Japan was shipping cars to America in the 70s. By late 60s, they were doing it. 20 years previous, we lit up Hiroshima like a Christmas tree that's never, ever, ever been duplicated except for Nagasaki. Gotta remember, America is the only country to actually use nuclear weapons in war. You're right, Jeff. We were in the middle of peace talks. They sent some delegates over to discuss peace talks with the United States. And because of that, that was part of the reason why the military basically said, you know what, stand down. We're just going to park these ships all up in a row because they're easy to maintain and service this way. Big mistake. Later it was reported accurately, because I have friends that are Japanese, and it's been reported this way from both sides. There was a Japanese commander who has said two things that are of note. One is, an attack on America will never happen because there will be a rifle behind every blade of grass. Now, he said it in Japanese, not in English, but that's as close as the translation allows. And the other thing that he said of note, which it gets lost a little bit in translation, and it's been translated 2 or 3 different ways, but from what I understand of the Japanese, from what they have said, the translation comes out best of, I realize we have made a mistake and tweaked the nose of the sleeping giant. Yeah. Oh, and those two statements are actually attributed through history to 2 different people, but from my sources in Japan, they say it was actually the same guy, and no, it was not a high-level person, but then it was repeated by higher-ups after that. Stuff. I am actually having an Ozarka lemon lime natural spring water. And it's not bad. So if you really need something different but still want water, Steph, believe me, the translation is a little bit skewed, but it was the best because I had somebody who actually could read the Japanese transcripts. She's full-blooded Japanese, grew up in Japan, Hokkaido, still lives there. And she even said, it doesn't translate exactly. You're drinking sweet tea mixed with water because it's too sweet? Make your tea without sugar. Okay, I am reading what you're saying, Boris. And I'm wondering if maybe I lost a little bit of that in translation also. But I kind of got the gist of it. Okay, so you're saying in your continuation of war, y'all were enemies against somebody else's allies. Could be. Could easily be. Jabes, don't ever feel bad about having to leave. By the way, howdy, sir. This is a tailgate. If you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta go. If you got other things to do, it's okay. Nobody's going to be offended on my end. And if anybody out there in chat gets offended, don't do it here. You won't like the results. Boris, that is correct. At the time of World War II, the United States was in alliance with the Soviet Union, who, the Finnish, were steadily shooting the hell out of them. If you don't believe me, look up Simu Haha. And Boris, if you'll type that name in, because I know you know it better than I do. But yes, if you don't believe that the Finnish were shooting the Soviet Union, that's the only name you need to look up. Oh, and while the United States was allies with Russia at the time, they didn't have any problems with Finland. And actually, there were, according to some records that I have come across, some of the cargo ships that would go across in convoys, some of them actually did go around the far side of England and over to Norway, Sweden, and Finland. The United States was just out there making money. And so there it is. If any of y'all want to see how well the Finnish people thought of the Russian people during World War II, look up that name. Seriously. And then realize it didn't take him a year to get to that number. It was like one winter. And the man was a beast. And I mean that in the best sense of the word beast. I mean, just, you ever seen that guy who's working out with 8,000 pounds at the gym and you're thinking, man, that dude's a beast. Simu Haha. Or maybe that's Simu Heha. And I've gotten it wrong so many times that I don't even want to try and correct myself too many more times on it. But yeah, the man knew what he was doing. "100 Days of Glory." Well, let's just say that Russia didn't really want to go there. And had the Russians fought as well as the Finnish did, the Germans never would have made it to Leningrad. Go ahead. Let that one sink in. But for interesting information on why Russia didn't fight very well, go watch the movie Enemy at the Gates. It's pretty close to accurate, or at least the first 30-ish minutes are fairly close to accurate to the way that Russia fought war back then. Welcome to the way communism fights wars. They will kill their own people to kill more of your people. What? That makes sense to me, but okay. So I haven't heard from Chad. That's a good thing. Of course, Chad said that he would probably decide today whether he was going to do his full show or if he was just going to do a portion of his show. Being that Chad hadn't contacted me, I'm guessing he's doing the full show today. And that's fine. We like it when Chad does his show. I like it when Chad does his show, because that means I'm not doing 4 hours of this. It was pretty close to unwatchable, wasn't it? Hey, I'm a realist. I understand. I'm just out here chatting with y'all, though. Kind of enjoying this cigar, surprisingly, because it's Connecticut. I'll have to look into the Santa Rosa. That's what it says it is. Santa Rosa, yeah. Made by hand. Made by hand. Though, in case you're wanting to actually know, it says hecho a mano. Made by hand. All good cigars are made by hand. Some okay cigars are made by machine, but for that you'll probably have to look up J.C. Newman. They actually still have a cigar making machine, and it still produces cigars, according to the last information I heard. And that machine was up and running back in, Civil War times. You see these movies where they've got the Wild West and somebody says, I wouldn't mind having one of them cigars. Think Tombstone. Damn near every one of those cigars that was available in the United States was machine rolled at the time. Because they knew when the wagon train was going to run, and they'd roll up a couple of 100 bundles or so and ship them. And then trains made it a little faster. You could look that story up too. I'm not worried about it. It was one of the weird things that I came across when I was basically trying to find information on cigars. So did everybody catch the fact that Glenn loves a certain blend called Stonehaven? Howdy, Steve and Kathy. How you doing today? So next time you see Glenn, Drop Bear Woodworks, let him know that you're thinking about sending him some Stonehaven. We did tacos for Doug. The taco thing for Doug has almost become old. We still like to pick on Doug a little bit. But he says he likes fish tacos, to which we all call it a lie. Skip, yes, they can grow tobacco in Connecticut. There are a few locations up there where it actually grows fairly well. But because of the truncated growing season and the need to basically tint the whole crop, the leaves tend to be of a lighter color even after they have been fully dried. In case y'all are wondering what truncated means, no, I was not reading the dictionary today. I knew that word for years and years, but that's the description as was given to me as accurately as I remember it, was because of the truncated growing season and the need to tent during the coldest parts of the year. Okay, I'll take your word for it. But yes, we definitely need to go ahead and continue to think about why Glenn in Australia is trying to corner the market on Stonehaven. Of course, if y'all don't like Stonehaven, well, then you're in the same boat as Glenn. All right, so we're closing down near the end of this show. Who has any kind of a GAW going on right now? Type in the first name that comes to mind. Let's give them some love and try to remember, get the word out. Hey, these people are having a GAW. Let's see if we can't drum them up some little bit of help. There are a lot of GAWs going on, so I know more than one name is going to come in. Bluefin Piper, that would be Andrew Sirigliano. I'm not going to try and spell his name. JMZ, that's right. JMZ is having a 100 sub GAW. Good call there, Skip. Anybody else? Anybody else got some just right off the top of their heads? Oh, I forgot to do a bowl call. Don't worry about it. Not really enough time. Don't worry about it. If you're smoking, you're smoking. If you're not, and you're saving it for Chad's show, don't worry. Chad will be on here in a minute. Or an hour. Or, well, he'll be on. In case y'all are wondering, Miss Kathy makes pipe rolls, leather. You probably have to get with her about getting one. You really, really want one. Just saying. Also, get your orders in early to Steph for your winter hat wear. She makes stuff. I wore a winter hat for about 25 minutes or so, because that's all the winter that I get. Kind of like Boris's summer. But the one I wore came from Steph. And I'm going to tell you, it works. It was a good hat. She somehow figured out what size my head was without me telling her. Which, for me, is kind of amazing. It is. Oh, and Miss Kathy, I've seen those pipe rolls. They are fantastic. She does leather work. I mean, real leather. If you haven't seen one, start looking around on the videos. They're out there. I can see now that viewership is plummeting. I guess Chad, everybody's figured out where Chad's going to be or something. I don't see him on yet, but okay. Uh-oh, Steph sent Miss Kathy the recipe. Don't share it online. Don't do what Mike did and just make a video of it. Keep us in the dark. Actually, it sounded pretty good, Steph. But howdy, Paul. Glad to see you're in today. I know we're only about 2 minutes out from Chad. So the blame. I'm not kicking y'all out. Not yet. I'm gonna wait until Chad gets on. But I do like to remind y'all that because this is such a small community, take care of yourselves and take care of each other as best as you can. We can do better. We will do better. I know, Boris. Shoot, y'all are going to be like no snow for a whole week. That's fantastic. Everybody's going to have to change their tires to non-studded. Get a real workout jacking your car up so you can change your tires. So that you can jack your car up. So you can change tires again. I mean, that's how you do it, right? You got to put your casters on your snowmobile so that your skis don't dig into the road. I know it's not that bad. I mean, okay, there's some parts of Finland that, yes, they are kind of that bad. There are parts of Finland where it never doesn't have snow. Don't blame me. I didn't create this planet. Crazy enough, there's parts of Texas that never don't have snow. It's like 2 total mountains and just the peaks. Ooh. Uh-oh. John's trying to corner the market on Captain Black Grape. Well, just from my opinion, I'm going to let him. I'm not going to try and stop him from cornering that market. Skip, 94 degrees. That's when you need to find yourself a nice shady spot up next to a brick wall that stays out of the sun all day long. Kind of like this one right here. It's so nice. Boris, if I knew of any part of Finland that never has snow, I would have to say that it's probably some sort of underground subway. And I don't want you to actually move into the homeless shelters where you live in an underground subway. Best I can tell you, brother. And that would probably be the only place I would be allowed to visit, because even in the middle of summer, I'm betting I'm wearing a jacket and full pants, while everybody else is going like, oh my God, it's hot. I'm sitting there going, man, it's cold. Well, good job, Steve. I like that answer. You know, in West Virginia, it is actually legal to eat roadkill. Therefore, the guys in West Virginia keep their snowplow on the front of their trucks and Jeeps year round. Because when you hit a deer with the snowplow, it just chunks it off to the side of the road. You pull over, butcher it. It's legal. Skip, Finland's not really about the beach house, more like the iceberg bungalow. Did you see that iceberg float by today? Sure did. I couldn't do it. Honestly, I couldn't do it. Really? There's some winters where you don't get snow in your portion of Finland. That's kind of scary. Of course, I'm willing to bet that this was considered a cold winter by almost everybody. Anytime it's 16 degrees, provable 16 degrees in Houston, it's cold. And to just trying to be nice to Boris, I actually went out in it. So, just trying to be nice to me, he did too. I bet you it was colder in Finland than it was in Houston, even though it was 16 degrees in Houston, which is unheard of. Oh, so that one little strip that's about 25 yards wide didn't get snow. We know, Boris. Santa Claus catches his tan in Finland. Norway claims him, but I think he spends plenty of time in Finland. Just saying. Maybe 20 miles wide? Okay. So about 31 kilometers worth. That's good. All right, so it is 5:08. Chad's not on yet. I'm going to prepare for the second hour. If any of y'all are worried about Chad, go ahead and contact him. Maybe he's running behind. Maybe he's got other things he's got to do. I'm here for you. If he comes on between now and, let's call it 5:50, I will not be watching for his show to start. That's a pretty good idea there, Steve. All right, so let me make sure I'm saying this right. Rovaniemi? Maybe I said it right. Anyway, Santa has a log cabin up there just the other side of Rovaniemi. I can see it. Good place to let the reindeer go ahead and munch on grass and stuff. Got to fill up so that they can actually get to everywhere on Christmas night. People were robbing the shed of the guy across the road. Hey, Paul. Those three guys are lucky that it's England and not Texas. Here in Texas, you're actually allowed to go ahead and help your neighbor out. Somewhere between 9mm shotgun and 50 cal, I bet you we could take care of that problem. Woo! Look at there. Steph is being a businesswoman. She only wants 10%. Actually, Miss Kathy, if you make millions, buy the Carter Hall Estates. We will all come and help you renovate. Some won't go away, but I probably would. All right, so we're going for the second hour. Let's go ahead and do a bowl call. Steph started it. She started with the Friday Savinelli in Chatham Manor, or Catham Manor. I'm not sure how to say that or pronounce that correctly. Yeah, so that's Paul, that's just wrong that you can't actually go out and break that crap up from happening. Here in Houston, we actually had a case where a guy living across the street from his neighbor saw his neighbor's house getting robbed, went out there with a shotgun. One of the guys sat there and drew down on the guy. He got blasted. When he got blasted, some of the pellets hit one of the other ones who tried to sue, but we've got laws against that here in Texas. The third one, I hear he had to take one of them real fun police showers when they finally got him back to the station. That's the ones where they strip you butt naked and they turn the hose on you. Mostly because he crapped all over himself when the damn shotgun went off. I'll tell you from experience, if you hear a shotgun going off, you hope it's not pointed at you, but if you know it's pointed at you, you probably are going to crap all over yourself. Paul's smoking brown twist in a Peterson. Nice. Oh, Kathy, just in case you're listening more than watching, Steph said that she'll help you farm and make stuff and raise chickens. Cuban Delights Cherry Jubilee. I have doubts that that's actually Cuban. In fact, I know it's not. I believe it's out of Miami. Now, if you're into a cherry pipe blend, the Cherry Jubilee cigars are not horrible. They're just not. Just finished a bowl of Mac Baron Vanilla Cream Flake. Andy was smoking it in a Savinelli Billiard. Nice. Very nice. All right, so Kathy doesn't do birds. So it's up to Steph and XJ, also known as Simon. Paul says he'll be right back. Don't worry, Paul. We'll still be here for a little bit, unless we see Chad come on. Then we'll all be over on Chad's show. Station, chat. At Chad's channel. That's why I'm not kicking anybody out. Because I don't know. Chad said he was feeling a little weird under the weather the other day. Howdy, Odie. Glad to see you could make it today. How does the bourbon hunting go? I used to hunt some bourbon myself. Now I'm pretty well relaxed about it. I don't go after the weird, hard to get brands anymore. I guess it had something to do with I tried a few too many that I just absolutely thought were garbage. Finally, I just decided to stick with what I actually know. And only occasionally will I try something different after I've heard from several people that, oh, this is pretty good stuff. Well, Steve, if you're just looking for an actual cigar that'll be sale price with nothing but cigar in it, no extra flavoring, and I say this a lot, so for those of y'all who've heard it a few times before, I apologize. The Drew Estates Factory Smokes. They are not the best constructed cigar on the planet. Don't get me wrong. You're going to find a dud or two in there. But for a decent smoke that rates out as less than $2 a stick, any way you spin it, it's still less than $2 a stick. And if you want to have a sweet tip type thing like Swisher Sweet, they do make a sweet version also. Though the sweet version is a little more expensive per stick. You only get 20 in a bundle of the sweets, where you get 25 in a bundle of the regular ones. And I gotta say, it's probably the best golf stick I've ever come across. In case y'all are wondering what I'm talking about by a golf stick, it's the stick that you light up on a golf course, and if you hit a ball exceptionally well and you're watching it go and you take a step back and then you look down and you see that you just stomped the hell out of your cigar, you're not upset. You just say, oh well, and you pull out another one and light that one. Two bottles of the green Weller and one red Weller. Oh, that's nice. Steph, I can sort of answer that question for Boris. You take the ferry to Estonia, which isn't all that expensive, and then you buy your tobacco in Estonia. Much cheaper that way. Oh, nice. Yeah, the Four Roses single barrel / barrel proof is pretty good stuff. I've had that a few times. Steve, it's definitely worth the price tag. Now, last time I checked, you can get those on sale for around $50 on the regular. If you watch the sales enough, sooner or later you'll see it for on sale for less than that. You pick yourself up some while they're on sale. You're not going to be upset about it. The Maduro is good. So is the Connecticut. And so is the Natural. Those are your three choices, really. Unless you want the sweets. Bundles are what bundles are, but you better have a humidor ready to go when you get them. In case you don't have a humidor, they make really good glass bottles. The gallon jar. Get one of those in a Boveda pack. Get yourself about a 69% Boveda pack and a glass jar. Or Tupperware. Do the same thing with the Boveda pack. Open the plastic, set the whole bag in there. It feels like a paper bag with some stuff in it. When the stuff starts to turn crispy, get another Boveda pack. Glass does not breathe, so it should, if it's got a good seal, work fantastically. Of course, it doesn't block out any light, so you might have a little bit of fading on your cigars if it's stored in a bright place. Yeah, Steph, I wasn't trying to steal Boris's answer, but I've discussed this with Boris on several occasions. He said the ferry ride across is very reasonably priced. Take you 4 hours on the ferry to get there. Go in, you get your stuff, get back on the ferry, go home. And in Estonia, they actually get all the good Cubans and stuff. So, any of y'all who are going to Finland to visit Boris, y'all make sure to tell him ahead of time. Take a couple extra bucks. You should at least pay for Boris's trip to Estonia. Whether or not you're buying his sticks or not, that's up to you. But come on, if you're going to have a guided tour to Boris's favorite tobacco shops, least you could do is pay for his trip over to Estonia. Again, from what I heard him quote me, very reasonably priced. Oh, and before you leave, hit me up. Let me tell you which ones are the good ones. Or you can just listen to Boris. He and I do kind of like the same cigars. Of course, if you don't like Boris's cigars, I can tell you about the other ones that he's not going to grab for. Oh yeah, those ceramic jars are a good bet also. But they do run quite a bit more than the glass jar. I've been a long time telling people glass jar works just fine. Wow, you can receive up to 400 grams of pipe tobacco from a different European Union country. That is what EU stands for. Or is it European Unified? It's all those countries that use the euro. Here I haven't been smoking enough, and my damn cigar went out. Yeah, Steph, they can't really get the stuff from the United States unless somebody's going to also pay for those custom fees. And as a custom, their fees are high. Oh, nice. Yeah. So I think I know which kind of ceramic jar you're talking about. I've seen those. I thought about getting a few myself, but I never do it at the right time. Okay, so almost all of the countries that use the euros, but as long as they are a part of the European Union. Well, that's cool. Now, if any of y'all do happen to go to Germany, there's a stick by a company called Romacraft. Capital R. You know what? I'll just type it in real quick. It's going to be so much easier if I just type it in. Romacraft. That's right. UK decided to go with the Brexit and got out of the European Union. So now a lot of those trade treaties that they had are just defunct. So the company I was saying, Romacraft, they have a stick called Wonderlust. And it is phenomenal. Not available in the United States. Company based in Texas that makes a stick that is not available in the United States. Could it be that they use a Cuban tobacco leaf in the making of that stick? And then they ship it to Esteli so that it can be rolled? And then it is shipped to Germany, which is the only designated retailer in the world of the Wonderlust? Could be. It's a fantastic stick. And if you get any of them, don't let people know. And I would suggest you make sure to split up how you are getting them back to the United States, if you are coming back to the United States with any, so that customs doesn't try to stop you. Now, you're allowed to have up to, 100 cigars brought back still duty free to the United States. But I would suggest you pick up your limit, because you won't want one. You're going to want several. And yes, I have had a few. Of course, I know the guys at the actual ownership, so that kind of helps. Met them a few times. Still working.
Just taking a break.
Well, I have to believe that Chad is feeling under the weather. So those of y'all with Chad's email address, send him an email, say, hey, bud, hope you get to feeling better soon. That's pretty much the only reason he would miss any of his normal time slot. I told him I'd be ready, just in case. What I'm really ready to do is go find some puff pastry, a Mars bar, and a Granny Smith apple, but I'm not going to tell y'all what I'm making.
Me too.
And Holly says, me too. In other words, she's ready for me to go find that stuff so that I can make it.
Straight. As long as we're clear.
That and, let's see, what else was on the sweets list this week? Oh, that's right, a coffee and chocolate chip milkshake. But I can't find any place that I can get one of those made, so I'm going to have to do it myself.
So he's fired.
And I just got told I'm fired. And Steph says, hello. She goes. She's taking her break. She doesn't really want to be bugged right now. I still bug her. It's one of those things. You just have to find somebody whose level of crazy matches your level of crazy.
Or indifference, one or the other.
Or they at least have to be indifferent with your level of crazy. Luckily for me, all of her ex-boyfriends beat her down to the point where she was just indifferent. I just happened to be there at the right time and said, let's give it a shot.
No, there's crazy and there's motherfucking stupid.
Did y'all hear her? I'm not going to repeat that. She drops F-bombs like I do. Sounds like the neighborhood going to the dogs. Yeah, there's a few. They're across the street. Long as they ain't sending them up here in my yard to mess with my cats, I guess they're okay. And there's a few that they sound miserable. And I'm fairly certain that they're not, because if they were really that miserable, some of them would have been dead already. No, they just sound miserable.
Well, the one that you hear that's kind of sounds like the higher, that's happy. She's really old.
Oh. So I'm being told that one of the dogs that always sounds super miserable is named Happy. And is really old. So I take back that whole statement about being dead. I hope that dog lives on for a while. 'Cause,
She has no teeth.
old dogs, they need love too. Hey, should we get into beards again where somebody was making some sort of crazy statement about we should have a YTPC beard growing competition?
You'll lose.
You heard her? I hope you heard her. Where she said the same thing I said. I lose. Unless it's a who can grow the worst beard in 90 days competition.
Was this 1 or 2?
1.
Okay.
There's no way that was 2 unless you like were power smoking it.
I could have gotten her nose.
One of Holly's co-workers is going through some stuff right now, so Holly's putting in a lot of extra hours right now. Boris won't take part in a beard growing competition because his beard is like Billy Gibbons. Yeah, if I could grow a beard like that, I'd never shave it either. But I can't. Heck, when mine gets a little bit longer than this, it actually starts to fork right here in the middle. Natural fork. Some people actually put product and stuff in there so that they can get that fork. Mine does it naturally. Worst beard on the planet. I claim it. Frank Beard, the only one without a beard in ZZ Top. He can still grow a better beard than I can. I've seen him with a beard. But he shaves it off for his own personal preference. It is such a nice day. Small little bit of cloud cover. Not too terribly hot. And I say that now, even though it got up to right around 90s today. Because I know August is just around the corner. And the heat gets to be like a Nazi death camp. Very oppressive. It gets to that point where you start thinking about, am I going to go outside and smoke or am I just going to quit? I'm just really mean to myself. I go out in it anyways. I don't know how Chad does it on a regular basis. 3 hours. I'm pulling into 2 and I feel like I'm running out of things to say. Steve, I know that feeling. As you can see, this stuff on the sides is real thin.
And old.
And now it's starting to show a lot of gray. Heck, until the last couple of years, this was all black also. Boris, the humidity definitely affects how tobacco burns. I'm not so sure about the taste.
Have you ever tried to smoke a cigarette underwater?
Holly says, have you ever tried to smoke a cigarette underwater? Yeah. The humidity is probably the worst part of Houston. There's times where I get a really, really wet tobacco, and I know that it's never actually going to dry out. So I just bear with the fact that I'm going to have tongue bite, sort of, except for the fact that I like hot peppers, and therefore I don't notice tongue bite anymore. But see, now that's the one thing Houston definitely has, is green. Everything stays green.
Or brown.
Until it gets cold enough or winter sets in just enough that everything turns brown.
Too much.
And it's like overnight. Morris, you're older than I am. It's gotta be all the cold weather. It's like what do they call it? Cryogenics. It keeps you young. Stay young for as long as you can. Getting old sucks. Well, Steve, I'm not sure exactly what your average humidity is, but from about here until about November, it's going to be pretty close to 90% humidity all day long. We're going to have good days where we get all the way down to like 50%. I like picking up people who've never been in high humidity situations at the big airport and getting to hear the first thing they say as they walk out of the building. Oh hell. Yeah, that describes it pretty well. Well, Steph, luckily Skip likes lotion. Don't blame me, he's the guy that was in the Navy. He'll admit it if asked directly. Yeah. Houston is pretty much God's little waterboarding technique. I like to tell people it is your aqua lung. It takes a while to develop an aqua lung, where you breathe your water. We don't drink water here in Houston, we just breathe it in. Boris, that is pretty much exactly the way it feels in Houston on a regular basis. I like to call it mouth weather. You take a shower, you get dressed for work, you go out to your car, and you feel like it is immediately time to turn back around and take another shower. Because you walked sedately from your house to your car. Mouth weather. It's literally like walking into somebody's mouth. 98 degrees, 100% humidity. And the closer you are to the plants, the more it stinks. Oh, I cannot imagine Eskimos in any part of Oklahoma or Texas during the summer. That would be horrible. Howdy, Everett. Glad to see you could make it today. I know normally we are waiting for Chad right about now. Or right about now we're partying with Chad. Hey, if he's under the weather, I'm here for you. That's the cool part about a tailgate. It ends when the next show starts. If that means we're buckling in for 4 hours today, well, I'm sorry about your luck. Everett, are y'all still in lockdown conditions up there in the Great White North? Just not quite as Great White and North as Boris, but you're still the Great White North compared to Houston. Damn, that sucks, Everett. Hopefully that condition will end soon. Yes, Boris, I fully understand what you're saying there. But you could pick up some good cigars. There's a lot of good cigars down in the Dominican Republic. In case y'all are wondering, I'm going to set that down on the little spring. I'll show you what happens with that here in a little while. But it's to the point where it's starting to get toasty on the fingers. A whole 7 degrees. Woo! Well, I'm glad that you got the chance to smoke some good sticks there. Boris has got you beat. Sorry, Everett. Of course, Boris is in the dark right now, and you've still got sunlight. You might be able to catch him tonight. It's not like this is some sort of competition, is it? I mean, if so, I'm not winning in the heat department, and I'm not winning in the cold department either. Probably winning in the humidity department. air so thick you almost have to cut it with a knife. And it makes you tired. That's the weird thing about heavy humidity like this. It weighs on you. It's like 1,000 drops of water just weighing on you. Well, a lot of y'all hate humid weather. I like it. Grew up liking it. I get out of Houston for long enough and get into some of those places with really low humidity, and it feels like I'm struggling to breathe because of dust. Not that there is any dust, just that that's what it feels like. Sorry. This little piece of cedar that came off of that cigar is so thin it's only got one side. I've seen thicker paper than this. Yeah, 65 is nice. At 65, I could work all day out in the sun. Not even really break a sweat. I know some of y'all are going, 65, that's my summertime. Oh no. That's like just the tag end of winter here in Houston. I recommend Gold Bond powder there, Everett. Or parchment paper, whichever. Yeah, that is pretty warm. So I'm looking forward to tonight's Let Her Rip Friday show. I tried to give Martin some real good sound bites. If y'all missed it, there's one about a polar bear. Some of y'all might actually think it's funny. Some of y'all might think it's a little bit rough. Personally, I just think it's funny. Oh, goodness gracious. So, who's got plans for this weekend, and what are they? Well, I let my cat in. One of my cats. I might see if I can't capture him for a second. Come on, Teddy. Come on, teddy bear. You're going to say hi for a minute. And then I'm going to let you in. No, it's not Arnold. This is Teddy Bear. He is the epitome of a scaredy cat. He's afraid of everything, including being on YouTube. He's such a pretty cat, though. And so soft. Which is how he got the name Teddy Bear. And he's ready to go. Yeah, he's the cute one. Quiet. Doesn't mess up nothing hardly. Except for the litter pan. Glad he's messing up the litter pan and not all over the house. Of course, with the way it rains here in Houston, if you're going to have cats, you better have a litter pan. There's no way you can survive when it decides to rain for 3 weeks straight if you don't have a litter pan for your cat. Ooh. Italy versus Chelsea. That should be a good game, Boris. And for those of y'all who don't know, Boris is a very big Chelsea fan. All right, Steph, you take care. We'll miss you while you're not here. Hopefully we get to see the mask that Arlo is working on. He's got a Star Wars themed mask that he's supposedly working on. Huh. Looks like Philip Rivera was on. Sorry, Philip, I didn't know you were on, buddy. I had to let you have the time if you wanted it. According to him, he was shaping out strummels. Just checking on Chad's channel to see if he's on yet. Nope, not as of yet. Looks like we're going for 3. Oh, okay. So that's like the Tour de France, except for in Italy. Oh, and Chelsea's playing Man City. Well, it's not Man U, so I'm okay. Howdy, Mark. Glad to see you in today. Mike has contacted Chad and found out that Chad will not be going live today. Let's party till Cane Rod. Hey, why not? Though I will say at some point I'm going to run inside and grab another water. It is a little warm out here. And trying to chat for 4 hours straight will require at least a little bit of fluid at some point. I got to get it to the right exact level where I don't also have to pee. You know what it feels like when you have to pee? I'm not going to finish. No, I'm going to finish this. Well, if you know what it feels like when you have to pee, feel me and tell me if I have to pee. Oh, God, don't say that to people. Damn it, Donald, you're not supposed to be gross that way. Oh, September is in Spain. See, I didn't know that about cycling races. Now, I did know that there are Ironman events that are starting now, and you have to qualify high enough so that you can get the invite for the actual Ironman event in Hawaii. I never did good enough where I could qualify for the Hawaii event. But I did compete in some of the Ironman triathlons. Okay, remember this was years back. Just barely out of the Army. I was so physically fit you could quite literally throw a quarter at me and it would stop before it ever actually hit me. And then bounce back at you. Yeah, it was just solid ripped. I've let it all go to crap. Part of it was shattering a kneecap. Hey, you try staying physically in peak condition as you get older and with a shattered kneecap where the doctor says, yeah, all of your fun things that you used to say you did, yeah, those are over. You're not doing those anymore. Well, Steve, my condolences to Kathy. Yeah. Sure, I'm a little uncouth. Of course, I'm a little crazy. Play with electricity for 18 years and then decide, you know what? I'm going to go be a boiler inspector. I'm going to go look at things that can blow up and nominally are used to produce electricity. And hopefully I can keep things from getting blown up. Oh, goodness. Could be we'll see Jose here in a little while. That'll be good. Right now in Chile, I guess he's still trying to get the move to happen, and well, his job keeps him very busy, especially during harvest time at a blueberry plantation / farm. I'm not surprised. You ever picked berries? There's a lot of work that goes into it. I think the worst ones are blackberries. You pick blackberries in the heat of the day. It's like 100 degrees. They normally only grow with a good high humidity content. And the thorns on there will tear you to shreds. I know all this, and I can't stand blackberries. I think the only thing worse to pick than blackberries is cotton. Picking cotton's like reaching in and grabbing hold of a fistful of razor blades and hoping to not get bit. All those little holes where all that little white fluffy stuff comes out of. Suckers are sharp. You get older, you get calluses, you stop noticing. You still get bloody from it though. Well, I'm pretty certain that blueberries and huckleberries are not the same thing, because huckleberries are sour. As one of those Doc Holliday things, when I started looking into it, after I saw Val Kilmer do his version of Doc Holliday, you know the statement, "I'll be your huckleberry." So I started looking up what the heck is a huckleberry, because I wanted to know. So a blueberry has a nice sugar content. Naturally. A huckleberry, its sugar content's there, but like I said, it's just going to leave a bitter taste in your mouth. And yeah, I guess they do look pretty similar. They don't taste the same though. Ooh, not even close. If I'm going to be Chad, I'm going to be Chad. Except for this is not Haunted Bookshop or Old Joe Krantz. Not about to lie to you. There's no reason for that. But it is a country gentleman. And if you notice, Chad actually has the straight one. I've got two bent ones and a straight one. I decided to get another bent one after somebody gave me a straight and a bent as a gift set, which was so very nice of them. Oh yeah, natural blueberries. Natural blueberries are fantastic. My only problem with picking blueberries is, how many do I have to put in this basket before I'm done eating them? The answer is I can't get a full bushel basket because I'm going to eat half the bushel basket. It takes 3 times too damn long to do it. Everett's smoking Borkum Riff Cherry Cavendish in a Medico Conqueror. How is the Medico pipe, by the way? And Boris, let's be nice. The world cannot revolve around Captain Black Grape. Yeah, that sounded like Captain Crap Grape, but whatever. I will eventually get into better pipes. I'm making some. By the way, Mike, how is the de-stemming and preparing for a new press series? Yes, I'm very interested personally. No problem, Mike. I bet you heard it, actually. I was asking, how is the... Oh, okay. You caught it. Well, Everett, maybe you've gotten it down to where you're getting it to the right level of dry, or maybe your tongue is building up enough of a callus that you're not feeling that bite as much anymore. Probably this Saturday I'm going to the store for some puff pastry and Mars bar and Granny Smith apples. I'm not going to say why, but some mean as hell Canadian put this video out, and I've got this feeling that if I don't make it soon, I'm probably going to get ejected. Briar Blues, I'm going to have to get vanilla ice cream because I've got to make some cold brew coffee and use that with some vanilla ice cream and a little bit of milk and make coffee and chocolate chip milkshakes. Well, Boris, I think it technically could be considered a deep fried Mars bar, except for if you watch the way Mike prepared it, it's baked. Any of y'all who are looking for that one, go through Mike's channel and look for the video that says let's get baking. Baking, not baked. Baking, I-N-G. And of course you will see some of my offbeat comments on there. I swear to God you will, because I know I left one. in case y'all are wondering, I've been sitting out here with this tin open for 2 hours. This is just a tin that I've repurposed for drying. And the Sutliff Revelation, which I like, most places 2 hours would be plenty dry. Not here in Houston. Not a chance. Uh-oh, we're going to have a Finland-Canadian war. Fight, fight, fight. We're not fighting. At least I don't think we're fighting. Hey, if y'all are going to fight, at least have the good sense to oil up and put it on a live stream. We can sell it to the ladies. How to properly oil your beard. Something. Gentlemen, I agree with you both. I just like to smoke tobacco. Now, if my allergies would quit, another couple of weeks. By then the oak trees will quit pollinating and then I'll be okay. I've tried some of the whiskey blends. Every once in a while I try something completely off just to see what aromatics I still like. This year, rum and maple. The Sutliff rum and maple was actually really good. I was a little worried about it when I first decided to pick up a bag of it, because the Cornell and Deal Autumn Evening was just too much maple. I mean, yeah, it tastes like pancakes. Who doesn't like pancakes? I don't. But the rum and maple was really smoothed out by the rum so that it wasn't just straight maple hitting you solid and making you just want to quit after one bowl. I mean, I wanted to smoke the whole bag. I did. Y'all remember, I buy them by the pound. Why buy a pound of something you don't like? Well, it's either on sale or you just want to try something that's going to make you remember why you love some other blend. Kirk from Florida and we both got this thing for Sutliff Voodoo Queen. I think it's fantastic. It's not for everybody. James, you're just such a nice person. I'm looking forward to Tuesday, brother. I'm really looking forward to Tuesday. Okay, over a pipe. Now, I'm going to give you a central time zone start time. I think you're Eastern time zone. So it's 8 o'clock Central would be 9 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Mountain, and 6 o'clock on the West Coast. James, I'm telling you right now, you did such a wonderful job. The only person you're hurting by being anxious about it is yourself. Don't be anxious. And I'm speaking from experience here. Once you get used to doing a live show, it is so much fun to actually get instant feedback. Hey, this is what I'm doing. Let's go and chat about it. Oh, you want to see something completely different? You don't have to have a script. You don't have to have a perfect show. I mean, if you start thinking you need to have a show that's as polished as Mike at Briar Blues, or as technically equipment superior as Martin at Over a Pipe, or as knowledgeable as Matches 860, brother, you're going to fail. Mike at Briar Blues will tell you there's no such thing as perfect show. There's get in, turn it on, say hello, chat for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, and then wave everybody out and say, hey, it was great seeing y'all. Be back next Tuesday. I wish I had some of what Mike says, other than he's saying that I'm crazy. Let's see, how does it go? Good day, all. I can't even get his voice right. I even feel smarter just saying, good day, all. Oh no, I don't say good day, all. I say stuff like, howdy, y'all. Good day, all seems like I'm trying to step way above where I'm at. And there it is. Mike's agreeing with me. You start, be yourself, have fun with it. Don't be afraid of it. Nothing to be afraid of. James, there's plenty of us that don't get enough sleep. But if at any time you're wanting to know, hey, when is a certain show? Because I know you're not using email right now. Welcome back, Boris. But yeah, if you ever need to know what time a certain show is, I'm available to you. You can hit me on Messenger. I sent you a message on Messenger. As a community, we do really good about trying to help each other out. That's very impressive in this day and age. And there's Steve telling you the same thing. You don't need a lot of skill. You don't need to plan it. It doesn't need to be anywhere near perfect. You've got a good presence. You're making tampers, which people are loving watching. You got this excellent log cabin house that you built yourself. You got plenty of stuff that you can talk about. And you picked a day where it's not busy. So worry about it? Nah. Don't be worried. We like you. Obviously we like you. 30 people in your chat. And as I've said, I have to set my head on fire just to get over 15. Now, unlike Steve and Mike, I got plenty of brains. It's just I can't always get the thoughts to stay straight. I go off on wild tangents. Sometimes I don't plan far enough ahead. Like today, I didn't know I was going to do a 4-hour show. Ouch. That's okay. I'll do as much of it as I can before I run back inside to go get another can of something to drink. But I really liked it when you noticed that you had already been going for an hour and I pointed it out to you and you were just like stunned. It's the same thing that I felt the first time I realized how fast 1 hour is just like you're on and suddenly it's gone. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Mike. I sit in this corner because it's mostly out of the wind and the sun. By the way, hopefully I said howdy to Paul again, because he's come back. But yeah, James, you have zero to worry about. Your channel will go straight up, guaranteed. Well, we appreciate you still being here, Odie. And I understand how sometimes after a long day of work, you just want to be able to sit back and relax. That's the cool thing about this tailgate. There's no stress here. There's no reason to stress. And if you ever start getting so busy that you're really worried about it, I don't know how to do it personally, but figure out how to put some moderators on. There's some good guys in here that will help you out. Me, I don't ever expect to have a big enough crowd that I'm going to ever need moderators. Plus, I feel bad for the trolls after they come in. Oh, okay, Mike, I see what you're saying. Oh no, I didn't stand in the corner. My dad didn't believe in stand in the corner. He'd pull off the belt and just go to wailing on me. And that was back in the day when you could get out there and hell, people would offer to help out. James, I guarantee Boris is right. We all liked your first live. It didn't feel like you were trying or struggling. It was a great time. Hell, we all hung out for at least an hour. Most of us hung out for the full hour and a half. Or was it an hour and 40 minutes or something like that? Your mom just got home. I don't think she had the girls.
Oh no, it's too late for her to have the girls over. She dropped them off at home. Go online.
Mm-hmm.
You have a really fucking boring show, let me tell you.
In case y'all missed what my wife just said. You've got a really fucking boring show, let me tell you. Thanks, babe. Love you too.
It's like there's crickets across the airwaves when I walk out the door. You know, it's like, come on.
I don't just take the beat down from y'all, I take the beat down from her too.
I'm surprised they've hung in with you this long. I'd hung up already.
After the live, check my email. Yes, sir, I certainly will. I mean, seriously, look, there it is. Mike's telling you exactly the straight. He doesn't lie to anybody for no reason. He's past the point where ego is going to play into it. Mike says what my channel really needs is some Mrs. Donald.
Negative ghostwriter, that pattern is full.
Hopefully y'all heard that. I'm not the only one that speaks in movie verse. To which Mike has also said, not unless it's 2 a.m., you're cute and female. Then I've been known to tell a fib or 10. Quite honestly, if it's 2 a.m. and you're cute and female, I'm probably not talking to you.
Oh, nice. Thanks, babe. Says apparently the dog from the corner.
She knows what I'm actually saying is at 2 a.m. in the morning. The only thing I'm saying is, I'm not up at 2 a.m. in the morning. Unlike Boris, I actually sleep from time to time.
Is he an insomniac too?
No, Boris just used to work night shift. He's in Finland. So right now it's like
early.
midnight or earlier. I guess earlier is the correct terminology.
He's 6 or 7 hours ahead of us.
7 or 8, depending upon when the date changed.
Yeah, where he is in Finland, I guess.
My wife, who I'm still not married to,
Sucker.
we've been engaged for 16 years. Boris says it's 1:40 a.m.
I knew it was.
And I have actually seen him as the sun is coming up in Finland, finally saying, I'm gonna call it a day.
Yeah, so he is.
Boris is at the extreme southern tip of Finland.
Is he on the Baltic?
No. That's not the Baltic, is it? Is that the Baltic? That's not the Baltic. It might be Baltic. Directly north of Estonia?
I was gonna say, isn't he on the, yeah. Well, I was thinking St. Petersburg, but. Because I've been swimming in the Baltic and I don't suggest it at all.
Odie, if you come here for the free bourbon, you're in the wrong place. Oh, they're all trying to get you to show up on camera, of which she keeps saying, no,
Negative.
Not happening.
I worked from home for over a year.
She is one step up from Ja, though. And I say that because Holly is not a rabid anti-smoker. She doesn't like cigars and pipes, but
not all of them. Some of them are.
She's okay with me liking cigars and pipes. Ah, yes, that's right. Boris is of the same breed as one count from Transylvania.
Romania.
And Boris says, no, Estonia is Baltic. And Mike says The voice is pleasant, Holly, so join in and keep giving Donald a hard time. He deserves it.
I have 16 years of fodder to throw at him.
She knows better. Let's just say I'm handsy and I have big hands. If she gives me too hard of a time, she knows where it'll lead.
I own guns.
Of course, she has guns and a cast iron frying pan, or at least the knowledge of where that cast iron frying pan happens to be. Waking up to thonk is not really in your best interest. I don't care who you are. So Finland is technically Nordic because of where it is on the
right, now I know
peninsulas
that,
there.
but what sea is he on?
I guess it's the North Sea.
This is gonna drive me nuts.
She's going to look it up. She's into logistics. She ships stuff to everywhere, so now she has to know. James, this conversation is definitely allowed on YouTube.
Finland's on the Baltic Sea.
Oh, according to Holly, Finland is on the Baltic Sea. Whatever.
But, and so he's by Helsinki.
Somewhat, yes, close. And Boris does agree with you, yes, Baltic Sea.
I stayed a summer in St. Petersburg where they had no running water, or no running hot water because they turned it off for the summer. So they do that in Russia. They roll it where you can. Some places get hot water and some don't. And they were pumping water in from the Baltic, and that shit was like needles going through your skin, coming out of the shower head.
Y'all hear this? That's what you can look forward to with communism. Cold water all the time.
Not all the time. Just in rolling increments.
And yes, she has actually been to Russia 2 different times. One pre-coup, one post-coup.
They rushed us out of the country because of the coup the first time.
Oh, she says it was so pre-coup that they were literally rushing them out of the country because of the coup the first time. True, Odie, I agree with that. If you're waking up to the smell of bacon and eggs in the cast iron pan, it's a good thing. If you're waking up to the sound of it hitting you in the face, it's not a good thing. If I get too handsy, I'm going to be waking up to the sound of it smashing my glasses through the backside of my skull. You'll be wondering why there is just a blank white screen sitting here for my next tailgate. She'll say, "Sorry, Donald was stupid. His show's canceled. It'll just be a card. That's all it'll be." She'll be nice enough to actually let it sit there for about 5 minutes, and then she'll pull it off and turn it off and probably break the phone too. No evidence. Steve says when you get hit with the cast iron, the knot eventually goes down, but the ringing in your ears never stops.
Sounds like he's got Williams and Sonoma tattooed on his forehead.
That's right. Williams and Sonoma. Boris says, at least in Finland, they do have hot water. And yes, the wife can speak Russian. And those times when you've heard me say something about the Russian language, it's because I've asked her. Such as where she said, it's easier to speak Russian when you're drunk because people get less offended when you spit on them when you're talking if you're drunk. Russian is a very harsh language, sounding ways, you know.
It's not as hard as German.
So Everett and Mike both say hello from Canada.
Oh.
She's going to say A at the end of it.
Got some hockey pucks on mine, eh?
And Steve says, Mrs. doesn't have to be on the camera. Her comments from the sidelines are great.
I can call them hockey pucks because I'm French Canadian, so.
And yeah, she is French Canadian. Not giving any last names, but her last name is also kind of famous by one little girl that sings. And I hear that that little girl is some sort of relative.
Supposedly a cousin.
Cousin or some such.
Supposedly.
Tabernacle? I don't know.
What are we referencing here?
Tabarnack.
I don't know what that is.
She doesn't know what that is. Neither do I.
I can Google it.
And James says hello from Kentucky.
No comment.
She no comments because where we first technically got together was Louisville, which I guess
it's the bane of my existence.
Louisville is the bane of her existence. Yes, so very nice. No, she is not related to Justin Trudeau.
Negative.
Holly does not speak Quebecius. Or Quebecius.
I don't speak French. It's French, but my family is from Quebec.
Well, James says that's a city. I'm country. He's got.
According to my family, they own a freaking entire area in Quebec.
James has a log cabin that he and his family built themselves.
That's cool.
It's very nice. I'll show you some time, probably Tuesday. Tuesday evening. All right, James, now you're stuck with it. You're going to have to be on.
That's apparently, Tabernacle is apparently Quebec French profanity.
Oh, Quebec French profanity. Okay. Well, tabernacle to you two. We? Well, see, the thing is, Holly's a pretty good shot. So if I see her go for a gun, you're going to see me not being on camera. I'm going to just run. I think I can hide behind a big enough tree.
Run, Forrest, run.
That's right. That's my Holly. We go together like peas and carrots. I had to pee. She liked my carrot.
You're disgusting.
Mike says in France they speak French. In Quebec they speak Quebecius. Very different.
They speak French Canadian. You can call my last name, I don't care.
Her last name is Levine. You've probably heard of Avril Lavigne. You seen that funky snaggletooth that Avril Lavigne has? I'm telling you right now, that one has the same snaggletooth. It's got to be genetics.
Do not. Do her two front teeth cross?
No, it's that one that's the one that's slightly back that's turned around backwards.
Oh yeah, the one that comes in backwards.
Howdy, Willie. How is Tennessee feeling today? Good old Nashville.
Home of the Titans.
Well, Mike, closest I'm going to say to that is if you add the word tang in there, it gets to be pretty offensive, sort of.
What?
In France, a flat tire is a pune sévère, Cereve. In Quebec, it is a pune flat.
I have no words.
And of course, like I said, if you add tang in there, then it's something else. It's the breakfast drink for small yellow bears. Because tang is the breakfast drink of astronauts. Go ahead. Say it in your own head. Type it in if you want to. I don't care. I'm just trying not to get shot tonight.
I know what you were talking about.
She knows what I was talking about. Y'all know what I was talking about. Actually, Holly is pretty good with French.
No.
Better
she's
with
not.
Russian.
Not anymore. I haven't used it for years.
She says she hasn't used it often enough in a lot of years. Portsmouth! Congratulations and howdy, sir. How is the new baby? We all would like to know. We all got to see a picture the last time we saw Chad on a certain Zoom meeting. Very cute, by the way. Yeah, poor Portsmouth. There will be no sleep for you for several months. And then they turn 3. And then there's no sleep or hope.
That's when attitude comes in.
And if you're really lucky, then they get, what was it called? Atomic PMS. which lasts until they grow out of it. And if you're lucky, it's somewhere in their 20s. If you're not lucky, it's a permanent condition.
Shut up.
Well, hopefully she's not going to be in the hospital for a elongated time. I mean, I realize there might be other things going on, and of course there's other risks, like her immune system's not up to handling everything that's out there right now. So, but hopefully it won't be very long. And yes, Avril Lavigne is from Ontario. Like I said, Canadian. Didn't say from Quebec. All right. Well, that's good to hear. Very good to hear, Portsmouth. Yes, we were thinking about you all over the place here in the YTPC. If you don't believe me, how did we all know? Philip Rivara, howdy. Sorry that we were kind of hanging out over here while you were making strummels.
What's a strummel?
Strummel is a part of a pipe. Well, it's so very nice to talk to you also, Portsmouth. Glad we were on when you could make it in. Yeah, I understand how that feels, Philip. 40 minutes of sanding. And nope, still not done. 40 more minutes of sanding. And still not done. And just when you think you're done, nope, still not done. I agree with Steve. Portsmouth, it is definitely time to get that 12 gauge. You got to figure out how to lean it up right next to the door just right, because sooner or later the guys will come a-coming. And you want to let them know this is not the right location for that. Oh, Mr. Rivara was wet sanding. Okay. I've been practicing a little bit of that. I'm obviously not perfect. No, the Red Ryder really does not work. Unless they're kind of a goofy looking kid with glasses. And I mean, look, then you might want to chill out because that could be the next Bill Gates. That could pay off in the long run to be nice to that kid. Well, hello. I'm right there with you. Yeah, Mike is right, Mark. If they think you've been to prison, they'll try to leave you alone. If it really gets bad, say, here, watch this channel. Turn them onto my channel. Say, that guy's a friend of mine. And he's bored. And has nothing to do. $100 into shipping. Jesus Christ. DHL. That's not cruel and unusual punishment. You're just letting them know. I actually know that guy. He's crazier than anybody you've ever met. And he knows how to not leave traces. And he lives in Texas. There's miles of Texas out there where nobody will look for you. Or at least it seems that way. Howdy, Mike. That would be other Mike. Yeah, we're starting to get a pretty good crowd in here. Must be the time of day. I know what it is. Y'all went looking for Chad and decided, well, damn. Yeah, Philip, that statement works pretty good too. Of course, you live close enough to the ocean, you can always say, let's go fishing, chum. It helps if you can say that chum part with just that mean, serious, dude, you're about to die look in your face. Just saying. Oh, knew it was coming. Knew it was coming. So Portsmouth, what's her name again? Charlotte Catherine Piper? Figure her last name's Piper already. No? Too soon? Ah, heck, Boris. I'm surprised anybody cared enough to even give it a thumbs down. Doesn't hurt my feelings none. So for anybody who's still concerned, I guess Chad has had contact with Mike, and somebody's drag racing right up the road. Yay. So Chad's still alive. He's just feeling a little under the weather and not doing his live. So for the next 50-ish minutes, y'all are with me if you want to be, or not. I mean, if y'all all take off, then it's fine. It's not like I've got a hook in your mouth and making you stay. Well, Mr. Rivara, I used to date a girl that was 6'1.5" tall. And she took after her dad's side of the family. He looked like he could have played linebacker in the NFL. But he was just a police officer. And you'd think that I would be worried about such things. Nah. Not me, buddy. What's he gonna do? Take my birthday away? So, yeah, you gotta worry about guys like me. That's the guys to watch. They're crazy enough to do it. And say, so what? You're only gonna live once. Well, yeah, I mean, it's all good right up until they start pulling out karambits and trying to gut you. Short little bitty knives you don't even see coming until you're already sliced into bait. Then it's too late to debate. Oh, goodness. Philip, you probably would have been a little bit worried about me then. Howdy, Dallas, from Houston. And what are you cooking? You don't have to reply if you're cooking. Though Dallas has come up on a few statements lately. Some about really great beards. and about how some people were thinking that it would be a good idea to have a beard growing competition in the YTPC, which I could lose. Good one, Boris. I like it. Isn't 4'9" technically a midget? Oh, leave the man alone. He's cooking chili. With or without beans? Come on, say without. Say without. In case y'all didn't hear me, I said, say without. Say without. Real chili doesn't need beans. (2'21". Let's see, that would be 3'9". Fine, dwarf. 4'9" is really short, though. Would be awesome if you could teach her to stand real still with like some sort of cap that's real flat on the top, because it always gives you a spot to set your beer. Right up until she figures out what you're doing, and then you're probably going to lose your kneecaps. Hey, I didn't say people don't need beans. I just said chili doesn't need beans. And if you're making Carolina Reaper chili, you just let me know the address. I'll be right there. Gotta have some product to show for the show, you know. People like seeing me in pain with my head turning red. And I like spicy food. I like some spicy food. A guy by the name of Ben Greenman is supposedly sending me some sriracha crickets. The sour cream and onion ones that Martin got the other day, those sounded pretty good. Sriracha crickets? Well, they sound good to me. Ask for a table for 2.5 people in a booster seat. Did he live through having that girlfriend? I mean, there's always that question, Phil. As a curiosity, has anybody seen the Breyer Report lately? That's the other Phil. And I got his newsletter. I always get the newsletter. Isn't that always the way it happens, Phil? You're good friends with them for a minute or two, and then you don't speak to them for years. That's an interesting way to think about it there, Steve. Oh yeah, Phil put up an article recently on the .com site that says how they're going to try and go after cigars as well as all this other stuff. Politicians, can't live with them, can't shoot them without hurting the Secret Service. And those guys didn't do anything wrong. They just all happen to be a little bit taller than me and a little bit more athletic than I am now. Okay, maybe a lot more athletic than I am now, but still. And in case you're wondering, yes, Holly went inside, so she's no longer making crazy comments over here. And I know y'all are all upset by that. But she'll be back eventually. Probably not tonight, but eventually. Willie, I do believe that with the fact that cigars and pipe tobacco go so hand in hand, we need to get the cigar faction in on this and get us all pulling in the same direction to just basically say, look, you vote this in, we're going to vote you out. This is getting ridiculous. Exactly, Philip. They are sworn by oath to protect people that don't give a crap about the people that they swore by oath that they would try to work for wholeheartedly. Oh, good Lord. When your girl is taller sitting down than the waitress. Yeah, that's pretty short. Well, Philip, when they start going after flavored cigars, there are a lot of flavored cigars. And they'll either know it for what it is right now or they're going to feel the burn later. I know a few people like that. Taller on their bar stools than they are standing up. Unlike me, I'm just taller laying down than I am standing up. But it's fun to say. Whoo, look at there. 3 hours and almost 30 minutes in already. I miss Chad. Yes, I know. We all miss Chad. But he's not going to be gone forever. He's just feeling a little under the weather. It could be allergies. Andy recently had COVID, so we're still good. Yeah, all those congressmen say they need a raise. They just keep saying it. All right, that's funny, Phil. Right, Boris? As long as you don't need a ladder to get on the bar stool. Well, Bill Clinton could have gotten a raise if he would have just put down that harmonica. Harmonica. Should have stuck to the sax anyways. Change one letter and that's what he stuck to. After he got the definition of the word is. Is that what those bars around the legs are for? I was always confused. Me, I was always confused. Such a nice day. I really, really feel like I let y'all down by not getting to work on that pipe. That's all right. I'm still working on it. I'm just not as fast as these guys that have machinery that does a lot of the work for them. I might get there one day. I ever get to the point where someone has to drop a climbing harness to get me up on a bar stool, that stool is way too damn tall. I am going out to the truck and getting a hammer or a saw. I could take it down a few notches. And I don't tend to hang out in the same places where only the NBA is allowed. Though I have hung out in a few places where there was some NBA people. Saw a guy got thrown through a window one time by a certain guy who was in the NBA at the time. Oh, Everett's taking up the part of Chad and smoking some old Joe Krantz. Me, I am not smoking anymore for right now. Mostly because after a cigar and a good bowl, I probably won't smoke again until right about the same time Martin starts his show. So let's see, what have we got going on for the rest of the evening? Y'all remember, there will be Cane Rod Piper's show right after this one. I'll be making sure to watch for when his show starts so that we can all go over there. And then about 8 o'clock Central, which was 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock on the West Coast, 7 o'clock Mountain. Of course, that will be Martin's Let Her Rip Friday show. If y'all are missing out on the Let Her Rip Friday show, you're really missing out. I think all of us know that. There might be one or two of y'all who doesn't know yet. And first time callers, we always try to get them to call in. It's painless. In fact, it's less than painless. It's more fun for you to be a first time caller. Woo! Martin starts his show at 4 a.m. in Finland. Wow! Who is Martin? Martin is Over a Pipe. Let me go ahead and type that in. That is. Yeah, just as Boris said, Over a Pipe. Now, being that the 16th day has not been there, and I don't think I've ever seen Steve and Kathy on, and Mr. Strumbo, if you're still there, I'm fairly certain I've never seen you in there. Let's just say that you've been missing out on one of the craziest, wackiest, most fun shows that you are ever going to be able to experience, and it happens on Friday nights. Or in Boris's case, Saturday morning. Got this little cat over here that's about 18 pounds and furry. And he is not going to let me pick him up like the other one was. In fact, he's already telling me that I'm about to get bit if I keep trying to mess with him. That's right. We've got a 2-2 challenge and a Death Nuts challenge going to Martin. He said he's got to get a certain number of viewers for each level of these things. Now, if y'all missed me lighting my head on fire with the Death Nuts, I'm sorry. You missed out. But the show's in there somewhere, and my head turned about this color red, or maybe it was this color red right back here. it was a good time. And it was pretty painful for me, but hey, it was fun to do. So right now we're hoping for the tutu effect. And we want all the people we can get. All of you. We want one of those 300 people in chat type of things, where the chat moves so fast that Martin has to actually put it on slow mode. And hire moderators. And there's some good moderators out there, so I fully expect he could find a few. But yeah. Let's see, what did the last person that spun the angry taco wheel get? Let's see, what was there? Not a problem, Phil. Glad to see that you're out and about. Glad to have you here. Definitely. Anytime you're here is always good with me. The last guy that spun the angry taco wheel, I believe he got some Penzance and some Stonehaven. So we really need Glenn to show up. We really, really need Glenn to call in. I would love to know that Glenn got an ounce of Stonehaven and that Martin made sure to send it labeled as tobacco inside. Not which tobacco, but just tobacco inside. That Yabo would be epic. Steve, I understand. I'm not expecting everybody to be able to always hang out and do all of these things, but there is always the open invite to anybody to enjoy the other shows that are also going to be live. My show is normally, let me make sure I say this right, my show is normally about an hour. It's Tailgate. We jump in, we hang out for about an hour, and then we go over and we hang with Chad, or we go and hang with Mike, because those are the two that I always do. I'm on at 5:30 on a Thursday, that's Central Time, and at 3 o'clock on Friday, again, that is Central Time. And I try to make sure that as soon as Chad comes on, well, today is a little different, Chad's not coming on, so I'm hanging out with you until Cane Rod. I am not sure which crazy hot something or other is coming next as far as crazy hot goes. It's looking like at this point in time the Sriracha Crickets will be here before anything else. And I'm not really into the one chip challenge because A, it wasn't all that bad and I did it a long time ago. And I don't think they make it anymore. As far as the hottest gummy bear goes, I didn't even look for it, but I will eventually. And the hottest chocolate, see, now look, you take peppers, you add it to chocolate, it really goes well. Who cares if it's hot? It's so tasty. Now the thing about the Death Nuts, it was so hot that you just couldn't taste it anymore. You could feel it. Obviously you could feel it. There were tears coming down my eyes and cheeks. Like I said, my head turned bright red. I set this crazy record for this channel on how many people were there. So I'm fairly certain that y'all like seeing me in pain and watching train wrecks. I'm okay with that, though. I'm okay with that. Now, once the Scotch bonnets actually come in, I'm going to make sure to get a few, and I'll eat some of those live on air, no big deal. I didn't get the Carolina Reapers at this point in time because the plants didn't look good. I will make sure to get some Carolina Reapers when I can so that the plants grow nice and good. Lord knows if my mother-in-law plants it, it will grow and produce. I one time planted one, well, I let her plant one Tabasco plant, same peppers as a Tabasco pepper, and I ended up, off of one plant, I had 4-quart jars of peppers that got pickled. Couldn't eat them fast enough. You would think, oh yeah, it's going to just produce a few. No, it produced hundreds. Willie, you take care. Have a good dinner. We will see you when we see you. Very good to have you in today. Go play golf with John or something, because Lord knows he needs the pain. Take some Largo out there and smoke it while you're on the golf course. Now that would be the challenge. Cat wants in. Damn cat. Oh man, well that's too bad. I was hoping that you whooped him. We know we missed him being here because he would have, all capital letters, Oklahoma'd. And we're also looking to get with John's, let's see, what was it? His band manager or whatever. Because Swamp Muscle Jams is not on Spotify. The albums are, but not the jams. Well, you know, even a blind squirrel gets a nut every once in a while. Some days you are the bear, and some days the bear eats you. It's just all there is to it. Oh, we told him last night. Don't worry, Mike told him last night. Oh, and for any of y'all who are looking for barbecue sauce, y'all need to make sure to get with Volunteer Piper. Supposedly, he is the sauce master. I don't know what he charges. I don't know how good it is. But from what I've heard, from feedback from others, the product is spot on. Take care, Willie. We will see you again, especially on Wednesday evenings. If y'all haven't been following along, on Wednesday evenings, right after Flat Cap Piper, you can catch the Nashville Mafia with the Volunteer Piper and John the Night Piper. They sit side by side and it's a great time. Great time. Also, Flat Cap Piper and Lady Fire, they do a show. So far, they've done a couple of lives, but some of theirs are recorded. Still, it's a good time as they continue to pop tins and make Jim, Desert Pine Piper, cry. So nice. And of course, that's on right after Eddie from the Pipe Nook. That pretty much covers all of Wednesday. Tuesdays recently, we've been able to catch in with a certain guy named James Stumbo, who did his first ever live last Tuesday. It was 7 o'clock Central, so 8 o'clock on the East Coast, I guess it was. Or maybe it was 7 o'clock on the East Coast and 6 o'clock Central. You know what? We're going to have to ask him. If he's still here, James, you can let us know. I tell you what, he made tampers and showed off his beautiful house. And actually got to hang out with his daughter, who's not even there. Of all the things that a college-age girl could be doing, she still wants to hang out with her dad. That's good parenting there. I don't care what anybody else has to say. That's good parenting. Of course, that's on Tuesday. Right after that, you can probably jump over and catch a certain Zoom meeting if y'all haven't been following along. There is a Zoom meeting that happens on Tuesdays that is a wonderful time. I highly suggest it. And let's see, Saturday will be coming up. If my wife sleeps in, you can see me on a tailgate. That would be right at 11 o'clock my time, which is Central again. Tailgating for Steph and Skip. If you haven't seen Steph and Skip, you probably do need to check them out at some point in time. A lot of good content there. They do a lot for the YTPC. Really nice people too, and I can say that from experience. And then of course we go from that to the virtual pipe club. Simon normally runs a show. Let's see what there's. All Briared Up and Rambling Dilettante. Sundays there's Steve and Kathy. And then Ohio Piper, he throws in a show, and his is kind of late at night. At least for here in America, but he's been doing some real nice shows. I normally have to catch him on rerun, but it's good to just have somebody if you're needing to hear a friendly voice from time to time. So many shows, so much time is being spent. if you get lost and trying to find out when those shows actually are, I highly recommend going to briarreport.org and signing up for the newsletter, because all of the ones he knows about are listed. And if you're thinking about doing a live and keeping on doing it, let Phil at the Briar Report know. All you got to do is go to there and type editor at Briar Report and send him an email. Pretty simple. He'll put it in. Your channel will then be displayed in a newsletter that goes out to a couple of thousand people, because I know that there's a couple of thousand people that are signed up for it. They all know I'm there. Of course, they don't all show up, but at least they know. What else is going on? Does anybody know what's going on? Other than here in about 10 minutes, we're going to be hanging out with Cane Rod. Speaking of which, got to turn on the little screen down here so that I can see when his show starts. Because that's what tailgaters do. They party until the show starts, and then we jump over there and have another good time. Of course, the tablet runs about as slow as molasses in winter. There it is. All right. So the live event over there is scheduled to start in about 9 minutes. And they're already starting to line up. So y'all can leave if you want to and go hang out over there, or we can hang out over here. It's not a problem either way. It's just how I roll with things. And I know some of y'all want to eat dinner. That's pretty much what I almost always end up doing during Cane Rod's show anyways. Just because, you know what? I've been out here since 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By 7 o'clock, it's time to eat dinner. And, well, if I want to hang out with Martin, I better. Right, so that's always true, Steve. Cane Rod's intro does take several minutes. It always does. He does a lot of housekeeping right from the get-go. And if I'm seeing this right, there is not a special guest as far as tonight goes. Doesn't mean there's not going to be, just says there's not actually a special guest. Yes, I am actually keeping track of when his show starts so that you don't miss much of anything. And what you do miss is probably more about hi, howdy, hello. Because there's a whole lot of hi, howdy, and hello when you got a 90+ viewer show. And yes, I've seen 90 plus in his streams several times, so I know that my number is accurate. What am I supposed to tell you? I know that Paul the Wrench is already over there. Wrenching on it good, too. So, Portsmouth, are you going to be trying to catch a nap, or are you going to be hanging out for the rest of the Friday shows? I would suggest a nap. Sleep when your baby sleeps, or you won't get enough. Oh, and an old trick that came from my grandmother that works marvelously. When the teeth start cutting through, get a bottle of 100 proof or better alcohol that you somewhat like the taste of, or that you really like the taste of. Dip a cotton swab in that alcohol. You might do better to pour a shot glass worth. You dip the cotton swab, you rub the gums. It helps abrade the gums. It knocks out a lot of the bacteria that can do bad things, and it numbs the gums so that as the teeth push through, it's a little more comfortable. They're not going to get enough alcohol out of a cotton swab to cause any kind of a bad situation. Whatever's left in the glass after you swab their gums is for you. But you want it to be over 100 or 100 proof, which is 50%. Above 70% kills all the bacteria. Some of that bacteria is actually good for the baby, so don't try to kill all of it. But 100 proof, 50%, you can go a little higher, but I wouldn't go much lower, is just enough to, like I said, just getting in there and cleaning stuff up. Plus, it kind of trains them for later on in life when toothbrush comes into play, because they've gotten already used to this motion here. So it becomes a cycle that repetitive is better all the way around. Or you can go get baby Ambisol, which costs 5 times as much by the time you get done using baby Ambisol or whatever kind of medicine to help with the teething. Just what it is. Don't worry about it, Mark. I'm not worried. I am definitely not worried. I certainly will, Mark. That seems like it'd be something fun to look at. I've got an email that I got to look at and your video. Yes, you can drink the whole bottle. But we're not trying to get you drunk.
Recommendation smarts. Insights on what people are more likely to buy next.
Looks as if
To help you create an effective campaign,
Cane Rod somehow has commercials. First time I saw a commercial on a YTPC show. Very nice. But no, it's not actually baby and liquor is good. It's that killing off enough of the germs that they don't get an infection as their teeth are coming through, and then being able to more or less abrade the gums. You're just trying to help the teeth get through. And, well, yeah, I wouldn't use peroxide with a kid. Mostly because they're going to spit it. And if they start coughing, well, it's kind of a bad thing. But like I said, if you've already kind of trained them that this motion here is not a bad thing, it makes them feel good, then it's a whole lot easier to also train them to brush teeth later. This is just a trick that my grandmother taught me. She's passed away now, and I can't thank her enough, but it works. And I'll pass it on to anybody who will listen. Plus, like I said, after a hard day of listening to your baby cry because their gums are killing them, it's nice to have that shot and just be able to just... Alright, so Cane Rod's show is officially starting. He's got his load up going now. So I'm going to get out of here and see y'all all over on Cane Rod's show, as per normal. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other as best you can. We know that we got to because we're all we got. And as always, long lives, big bowls, and long ashes. Y'all take care, and I'll see you soon.